Alright, I think we can get started. So let's open up this guy, and open up you, Probably just turn that screen off. Well, haven't I been away for some time, huh? Well, I think I can see my desktop audio just turned itself off. Let me just check what's going on there. Oh, it's changed the default. I'm pretty sure the default keeps changing, so if I do this. What the hell? Did I break it or something? Like, I can hear the music. Okay, it's just that quiet. It wasn't even getting detected, apparently. You can try out that. We'll find out. Hang on a second. Huh. Unintentionally, I don't know if you'll find this funny or not, but unintentionally it's using this background for this video that I'm watching, and I'm pretty sure that's actually what... no, this is, I got the boba on the screen. One of my monitors, I'm pretty sure, has that same image. Anyway, it's a big who cares. So I'm trying out some new tech today. So I think I kind of mentioned it last week. Like, obviously I've got a 3-monitor setup, so I've always got like stream and chat and stuff on one of my monitors. But I was predominantly only using all my developer stuff on the main monitor, and just so obviously Stream can get both my code and Unity at the same time. But for me, it's just like the convenience of having multiple monitors is, you know, I'm able to see both things at once. Like, I can have my code on one monitor, and then I can have Unity on one monitor. But obviously Stream wasn't allowing for that, so I've got some tech today. So based on wherever my cursor position is what monitor is getting shared, apart from my right monitor. We'll never share that one, so if I ever need to open anything on stream or something like that, or off stream, it gets done on that monitor. But so yeah, if I switch my monitor to the left now, it switches over to this window. So yeah, that's the tech I'm using today. We'll see if I like it. We'll see if it's useful. But yeah, so last week, it's been a while. I haven't streamed since Wednesday last week. So where did we get up to? I think I was working through... Oh, that's not good. My cursor just went too far, I guess. Okay, I can already see that it's going to be buggy. Anyway. So we're working through the UI, so we've got all the functionality set up for the recipes panel now. I think we did the shop panel as well, and we're also having a little play with the settings panel. So we've got the audio saving now, and I think with that, we actually did something that I didn't think about doing at the start, which was creating a separate save. So if I open up my saves now, is it sus opening this folder on stream? Like, I don't think. Ah, who cares? Local low. If we go down to flow state games, we can see we have save slots. So these are like your save specific data. So this will be like anything with like basically any of these settings apart from the settings panel itself. So now the settings panel is going to have a client save, and this is going to be just your computer's save file rather than having the save slot. So this is going to store stuff, yeah, like the resolution, full screen, music, SFX volume and stuff like that. It's going to be in the new client save. So we've separated that out and got that all working. Yeah, so I think today I wanted to, well, realistically it's probably going to be this week because it's very involved, is I want to start tackling the staff panel. And I can see this music getting really loud, so before I hold my train of thought, I'm just going to quickly test the volume of what I'm speaking at on, I'll check my phone or something, just to see that it's not too loud. there's not much delay on my stream. That was really hard to test. I think it's not too loud. Maybe I can mute it just a little bit. Okay, like. Bring it down here, maybe. So yeah, the staff panel is, obviously it's got two tabs, payroll and recruitment. Each have a different setup. So if I open this up, I'll just open it over. So payroll has to do with, like, these are the employees you've got hired. So they're gonna have it's gonna have different values of, like, their happiness, their fatigue meter. You can set their wage and management, so rostering them on, rostering them off, or firing them. But you only get access to this information once they're on payroll. Before they're on payroll, you need to hire them out of kind of the recruitment section. And then here, this has their stats, basically. So it's just like what their cooking speed is, what their fatigue rate is, what their expected wage is. So it basically means, like, if you want their happiness to just remain even, I guess, you'd be paying them $10. The happiness will decrease if it's going to be less than their expected wage. The happiness can increase if you're going to pay them more than their expected wage. And then their manage panel here is just to hire them. But yeah. So I didn't implement any of this stuff yet. So I was meant to be tackling this on Thursday last week, but obviously I was sick that day, so I didn't stream. So yeah, I jumped on, because I don't stream Fridays, but I jumped on Friday and kind of set up the skeleton of what this script's going to look like. So if you come over here, I've got them separated into sections and stuff like that based on those. But yeah, I've just got references to all the elements that I'm pretty sure is going to be on here. And just set up, like, where it's going to initialize the lists. Then basically all the methods that are going to be involved with this, basically. That said, it's like I'm probably going to have to create a staff config, which I haven't done yet, because it's going to need to feed off some data from there. I need to create data sources, but I figure I should do that stuff on stream at least, of, like, because realistically, like, this code is just like, I was just creating empty things that don't mean anything. I don't even think I have assigned any of this stuff in the inspector. Yes, staff panel doesn't even exist. I can do that now at least. Man, I wonder. Maybe I do set this all up now, because I know it's my classic thing of I never remember to do all of that. So maybe I'll quickly settle this up now. Title, exit button. I mean, we can do the exit button now. Just then it works. All the exit button is going to be doing is turning the staff panel off. Cool. Now tabs. Ooh, okay. So these are these guys, right? So we want a few things to happen. So all of these are going... I mean, actually, realistically, it's only the inactives that should actually be buttons. Let's try it out. Button. So if you click the payroll inactive, oh wow, it actually needs to do quite a lot of things, doesn't it? In hindsight, let's make, we can do both of these at the same time, technically speaking. Payroll active, payroll inactive. Oh, they're called the same thing. That's really annoying. I'm going to change that right now. The joys of copy paste, I guess. Just make sure they updated. They didn't, by the looks of it. Unless it just didn't update. Yeah, it didn't. Okay, so we can come across these. Payroll inactive. Whoa, okay, something funky's happening there. Weird. Okay, so when you press the payroll one, when you press the unactive payroll, oh, I should have changed these all to, yeah, man, I'm just asleep at the wheel, I guess. Game object, set active, game object, set active. Just trying to save as much time as I can. Even though it would be quicker if I just did it rather than going back and selecting more, but anyway. So when you click payroll inactive, set this chair up properly. Payroll inactive, payroll active is going to be set to true, you're going to be false. I think it's like that. And then when you press the recruitment inactive, recruitment active is going to be true. Something like that. And we can actually test this out straight away to see whether this is working properly. Whoa. Okay, so something's not getting turned off there. You can see there's a double up, so that's payroll active isn't getting turned off. Because for some reason it was ticked here. Super weird. We run it back. We run it back. Okay, cool. You can see the tabs are working now. Very good. We actually do want an extra bit of functionality on this as well. This guy. So if we come down here, so when you're clicking on the payroll inactive, we want the payroll parent to be true, and we want the recruitment parent to be false. And when we do the next one, payroll, did them opposite, it's really annoying. Set active, you want, when you're clicking the recruitment inactive, recruitment is going to be on. Okay, so let's try this. Cool. As you can see, it's switching between the two different panels. Very good. Closing it, closes it. Love when things work. Not that I'm doing anything that would actually break. If I managed to break just turning game objects on and off, I think I would be under a bit of scrutiny, let's call it. So we can go back to assigning values, because we just did all this extra work that wasn't to do with anything, so that's cool. So we don't need to worry about the tabs anymore, so now we can work through the payroll. Okay, so we've got payroll, viewport, content. Oh, we even need to create those items, which I think I did create the scripts for them, I just didn't set them up, so that's fine. So we need the content as the transform. We actually do need the prefab there, so let's do that now. So we have the payroll item. Payroll staff item. We're going to be going through, so I think it's actually fine for me to... Shop panel, no, we want staff panel. I'm super sketch. Go to this guy. Okay, there's nothing there. Stuff panel, cool. And we want to create a prefab of this. So now we can get rid of you. Goodbye. So what do we need next? Payroll, name. Okay, so just everything that's in the content. So let's lock you. We're going to have the title is actually the name. Happiness slider. We can just put the whole thing on there. Happiness slider. Fatigue. Did I set up methods for increasing the wage? Well, guess we'll find out. Where am I? Wage panel. Wage options. Wage amounts. PG border. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Wage amount. Amount text. Should clear this notification. Hang on a sec. Sick of seeing it down in my taskbar. Cool, so then we're up to roster on button. Okay, so that's on the manage panel. The button parent. Roster parent. So we got the roster on, roster off, fire button. There we go. That's everything set from here, so we can close him. Payroll parent is now turned off. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, because I've got it locked. Just for ID unit. That's fine. So now we are filling up in here, so we're going to need the list transform of this. This needs a new script put on it. So let's turn this off for now. This is going to be recruitment staff item. You're going to be a new prefab as well. Now you can get yeeted. Goodbye. Lock this panel. Content. Recruitment. Then we go onto the content. Title. Cooking speed panel. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ease up. Speed text. Wage. Wage. Fatigue. Fatigue. Don't need reference to the button on this panel because it doesn't change. You just click it. So then we got the footer. Close him. Staff rostered on parent. Title text. Icon. Amount text. This is rostered on. So then we have staff on payroll. Cool. So I think that's all of the relevant stuff there. Man, I love the coffee. So cool. I keep checking back to make sure the macro for this thing is working. So it is. So I wanted to check the. Okay, yeah, I did have methods for increasing the wage. Okay, so there's a couple of things we want to do here. Load payroll list. Fuck, there's a lot of data that I'm not thinking about. I think it's actually going to be easier to do recruitment. Oh man. Okay, so there's a lot of data that I haven't set up for this yet that is going to be important. But I'm just wondering, like, we skip over it for now and then just leave it to come back to edit it once that data gets set up. It's probably the case, yeah. Alright, so we need to create a new list. We can unlock this panel now. Scripts, lists, create mono behavior, and call this one staff list. Just gonna open up, what was the last dude I made that's relevant? And it can open all three of them, right? Alright, so in here, oh yeah, it was actually right. This doesn't remember that I like using capitals, but that's fine. Get private set. So then we have an awake method if cool. So I don't actually have the config set up for this yet, so it's going to hold a list of staff configs, but I just want to check how we did the other lists. It's just a list of ingredient configs. See, the thing is, like, on recipe, I was using this because I'm setting up, there's... Actually, why am I doing that? Because I don't think I'm ever using the lookup thing, am I? 0 references, setup dictionary. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But so this wait, we have a staff list as well. That's what I just made, Ethan. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So the thing I'm thinking about at the moment is I am going to have custom data because, but it's just where I want to hold all of that information, like where all that should get initialized, and I'm guessing it's probably the list, is because that's where I was doing it for the recipe. The recipe's loading in all of the custom data that we're putting into it. So I'm feeling because I did it there, the staff list should probably do the same thing. But we'll work on that as we go. So we're going to come into the configs folder for scripts and create a new config. Create scripting object. We're going to call this staff config. Call it this. I'm pretty sure that's how we'll be doing all the other configs. Do I have any of them saved up here? Nope. So let's just open up like ingredient config. Yep, that's what I called it. That's good. So what data do we want in the staff config? We are going to have public static string m_staff name. We're going to have a public float m_rating. So this variable is for when they're going to appear in the recruitment section. So obviously you start at 1 star. Your cafe is you're not going to instantly get access to 3-star employees and stuff like that. Oh my god. So yeah, this is the variable that's going to store when they're going to appear. We're going to have a public... We're only ever going to be dealing with whole numbers in this game, I think, so we can have this... I say as I have float, by the way, is that's going to be an int, because you can have 1.5 star. But anyway, int, and this one's going to be their expected wage. Expected wage. Actual wage. That's going to be in the data source, not in the config. Fatigue rate is in here, and that was 20%. So maybe we still have it int, but we just use the whole number as like, so 20 equals 20%. Yeah, let's do that. Public int m underscore fatigue rate. What else was the custom data that we were setting up in here? Cooking speed. Public int m underscore cooking speed. That's very good. So this is going to be, I'm going to have this in here. M underscore is player. Is, I don't know how I'm going to set this. Actually, yeah, because I don't think your player's ever going to set their name. Sorry. So there's going to be an empty staff config. Well, not empty, I guess. It's still going to be set up, but it's player. And this is just you. So I think regardless, you always can work in your cafe. You'll never get sick. Like, you've got plot armor, let's call it. So there's going to be one of those. So that's why we have is player. So they're not going to get loaded into the list at all. Wait, so let me just double check. So in the recipe list, were we setting up the dictionary here? So when we're loading the data, yeah, we're adding all the stuff to recipe data. So, okay, so realistically, the staff list is going to be needing to handle all of that. Okay. Coffee's done. Very sad. But let's go. So here we're going to have a serialized field private list of staff config called m underscore, I didn't do that right, m underscore staff list. Need to add the reference to systems generic. So in terms of data sources, we're probably going to need a staff data source. So let's create one of those. Thanks. Thought I'd keep it as a surprise. I don't think the camera actually picks it up. It's like, I think it looks more blue on camera, but it's kind of like, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm just like can't see properly. But the color was turquoise was the description on it. Whether it actually came out as turquoise, but it's kind of teal. I guess that's probably right. I feel like teal and turquoise are probably close, right? Turquoise. I'm not gonna know how to spell that. Teal's a bit darker, but it's kind of like the same vibe, yeah. Good stuff. Oh. Oh man, what a day. I say, being awake for an hour and a half. It's meant to storm today, but I think as much as I like rain, I think it's going to be like really humid today, so maybe not as cool, but I still love a good storm. Maybe make this setup data source first. What am I doing? Yeah, I've got some really, really cool tech. So when I was streaming last week, I would have everything like I would have like Alt Tab between my code and Unity, but I've got this plugin now on OBS, the streaming software I use, that like if I move my cursor to another monitor, it changes to that monitor, so that way I can still have the code open on another monitor. It's really cool, really nerdy, but yeah, I like it. It's cool. Doesn't need to have mono behavior. Turn the fan up already. Man, I think it's going to be an early aircon day though, actually. Because it's already warm enough in this room, and I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Alright, so... what do we want? Payroll. Okay, I need to get the notebook out. Actually, I think technically I shouldn't use notebook because then my work can't be viewed on stream. So let's do just flashbang with a big thing of white. So cop that. So the only problem with doing this is like I have to try and like read with my extremely messy mouse writing. So we have the payroll data source. It's not writing at all. It's pretty cool. Okay, what am I missing? Dude, do I not know how to operate Microsoft Paint? What is going on? Okay. For some reason it didn't like having a secondary color. Weird. It's too large now, so let's come down here. So we've got payroll and we've got recruitment. So recruitment, what do we want to store for that? It's just whether they're in the recruitment thing. So I think we will always be checking against payroll to see if they exist in payroll, and that's why we don't load in there. So this is just going to be... can we just make it a list? Or we can have it a dictionary and whether they've been hired or not. Yeah, let's do that. So you're going to be a dictionary with staff config and bool. Really should buy myself a pen tablet to make this not as cringe looking. So that's how we do the recruitment, and then payroll. This could potentially have a lot of data. So I think we have a custom data type, which is going to be a dictionary again. staff config. And then we're going to have a list of staff status, we'll call it. Staff status, let's put down here. Is going to have, well, it needs all that information from before, so it's going to need, that's real neat. Fatigue. Happiness. Their wage. I guess whether they're rostered, maybe? I feel like we should probably also have the bull in here for whether they're sick. Alright, so I think this is how we're going to set up the data. So let's work on that now. So we can make a public struct called staff status. And we were going to have in here, so we're going to have public int m underscore fatigue. There is a public int for m underscore happiness. Wage. And we're gonna have two bools now. So public, oh, hello. Public bool m underscore rostered. And public bool m underscore sick. I feel like bool should be like is rostered and is sick, just to make it clear in the variable name. So because of that, now we're going to have a public static dictionary. And it's going to take in a, oop, didn't put these guys out. It's going to take in a staff config and a list of staff status. Okay, I can already see. No, but I know how to. You just have to use for loops instead of for eaches. Yep. And this is going to be called payroll data. Let's do that. And we're also going to have a public static dictionary again. And this one is going to take in a list of staff configs and a bool. And this is going to be called recruitment data. All right. So coming to the staff list, we're going to create, I really like using regions at the moment, so let's do recruitment first, maybe. In region, just set up the next region as well. Payroll. In region. Alright, so in here, we need I mean, that's already instantiated as a new thing, so for, I think while we're setting up the dictionary, I think we're actually able to use a for each. We can go var staff in m_staff list. And this is just the staff list, so we're just adding it into it, so it's allowed to have access to everything. I think that's fine. So if staff data source dot, this is recruitment data, dot contains key staff. If it doesn't contain the key is when we want to add it. Add staff, and we do need whether they're hired or not. So this is when I'm going to have to come back through and initialize the save data of what if they're hired or not. So for now, we're just going to initialize it at false, because on each game start, we're probably not going to have anyone hired, so that's fine. I think that's kind of it. So now it exists in the data source, so we can access that in the staff panel. So let's move on. Payroll's to be more tricky because we have a lot of data which actually is going to be saved, so I guess for now we can initialize it all with nothing. But I guess, technically speaking, how do we set up this data source? Because on the first initialize, no one's hired, so no one's on payroll. So this is probably where we're going to need to do sync with save data, because I think at the moment we actually don't need to set up this data source at all. I think. We'll find out. Something's going to break, and we'll just fix it as we come to it. Oh, it means I'm going to need, man, so many things to worry about. We'll get to them when we get to them. So let's just create some data first. So we're going to need to create a new, just duplicate you. What's the worst that could happen? A new staff list object. Make one that is going to be called the player. It is going to need data at some point, so let's just say cooking speed is, I don't know what any of these numbers are even going to mean, but has, you get this from 1, not that I think it matters. Let's create another one. This is not going to be the player. We'll call this Peter. It's the same name that I used up here, so may as well reuse them again. Is not a player. They're beans, so let's say their cooking speed's 50, fatigue rate is 25 maybe. Expected wage, this is a number that once again doesn't matter, so let's just say 20. And their rating is they are available at cafe rating 1, that's right. We're going to create Did I? What the hell? Oh, I made it a static string. Okay. There you go. Back to the screen. So I'm wondering why it wasn't letting me set his name. There you go. Peter. Just because you're in chat, there is now a staff person called Georgia. Unlucky. Rating, they can also be at 1. Expected wage, there, they probably want more money. Make them slightly less fatigue. Cooking speed, quicker. And then let's make this person we don't want to show up at all. So you're going to be called George. I guess I probably shouldn't have Georgia and George. It's a bit fucking... I can do better than that creatively. God. Tommy, sure. This guy's at a rating of 1.5. His expected wage is going to be slightly more. Fatigue rate can stay the same. Cooking speed can be slightly quicker. So let's put these in the staff list. Do we put the player in the staff list? Does that matter? We don't know. We don't know. Yeah, let's just put them in there, because I guess they are existing as a player. We're going to have to instantiate them as a player, so I'll try it. Okay, so now we have all those people existing in the staff list, which means we can come over here and find the staff panel, which seems like has yeeted itself. That's the shop panel. Can't read. This guy. So at the moment, we're only worrying about recruitment. So let's load the recruitment. So this is going to be update down here. Load recruitment list. For each. If staff dot this should be a staff oh no, key, not values. There you go, now we have a lot of things. If staff is player, if it's not player, and staff, that's going to return a bool. If it's false, which means we haven't hired them, this is where we want to instantiate it. So we're going to go recruitment staff item equals instantiate m underscore recruitment staff item, and we need to put it as a child of recruitment list parent. Item dot setup. Send message. Anyway, this doesn't have one of these yet, so let's just make a public void setup, just so it's not angry with us. Really? Instantly closed it, even though it's the very last thing I opened? That was really annoying. I should pin it. Considering we know we're working on it. Okay, item setup. M underscore recruitment items, add item. How have we been doing this previously? Let's go recipe panel. It's not a great example. Destroy and then clearing it at the end, okay? Cool. So it means we should always call it at the start of this. I feel like you probably only need access to, this is the recruitment panel. Let's pin, can I pin two things at once? I can, sweet. You probably just need a staff config, is all you need. Should squiggly line, there we go. So that's going to instantiate it here. Okay, for the sake of like, so I know what I'm building, I should open up this guy. So this is what we're building at the moment, this part of the screen. So I think because of this, we probably do want... Yeah, it was okay. So in terms of recruitment, in here, just put it down here maybe. We're going to go private staff config m underscore current recruitment config. And then we can chuck him down here. Private staff config again. M underscore current payroll config. Just want to differentiate between the two. Come back down here. So now we want to load the recruitment panel. So here we can go if m underscore current recruitment config equals null. It's only going to be, so I mean we can just go if. Oh, okay, so this is where we want to say there's no one available for hire, so we need to have an extra thing. So we can go recruitment items dot count is greater than 0, else to do need a panel, can't spell, enabled for no staff to hire. But if there is a count, we can go m underscore current recruitment config equals m underscore recruitment items 0 dot get config cool. So this is where we're going to set up everything in here. So we're going to go recruitment name text dot text equals m underscore current recruitment config dot staff name. Recruitment cooking speed text dot text equals minutes. We don't want hard code, Ethan. We don't want hard code. Yeah, fair chop. Well, I mean, I can get the 20 and just leave the minutes out. Cooking speed 20. Not that it has any relevance to anything, but I guess until I work up what make-believe things I'm going to call everything, I guess we can just do that for now. Okay, we need expected wage. Oh, I can remember what this is, because then you go, your staff config. You go m underscore current recruitment config, and then you go load recruitment panel. I remember now, yes, very good. Oh shit, what up Stubby? How's it going? so if it loads, it means to call this properly, we're going to need to do what we did last time for this and have reference to the staff panel. This. Load. Staff, maybe? What today would be? What, Monday for you, Stubby? How's your Monday going for you? Hell yeah. Yeah, I get Mondays. Mondays aren't great. Ugh. I guess I probably can't complain to get about any workday really. Don't operate by the normal norms that everyone else does now. Equals panel. Alright, so everything's loaded there, so then we need this list of items. Let's go back to prefabs, recruitment. So we are going to have an icon. Okay. What am I going to do for that? But what are they going to have? Yeah, look, sure. I'll just chuck something in there. Sprite m underscore icon. Yeah, but at the same time, you're entirely dependent on yourself, which brings... Oh, yeah, I mean, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, I think for me is... My biggest thing is, like, yeah, one, is just, like... I was chatting to my neighbor yesterday, because they were like, oh, I've heard you're doing your own thing now, and, like, you know, what's that like? And I'm like, oh yeah, I've been working on something for about a month now, probably going to be working on it still for like another 4 or 5 months. And he's like, oh wow, and that's probably like now that I'm starting to click, I'm like, oh yeah, actually it kind of is an extensive amount of time that I gotta make sure I actually do all the work in that time as well. I think for me it's like shutting off, so it's like, even though I actually did a good job at shutting off this weekend, but yeah, I guess normally it's, even when I'm on days off and stuff like that, like over the weekend, is like my brain's always still pretty locked into what I should be doing, which isn't always a good thing. It's good because it means, like, yeah, when I come to today's, like, I have a good plan of what I need to get done, because I've been thinking about it for the past 3 days, but at the same time it's not good because you do need to be able to shut off and just chill out. Alright, so in here, we're going to create a few things. There's going to be... I think that's it. Also, I've already told someone else today, but I'm operating with some new tech today. So last week, like obviously, I've got 3 monitors at my setup, so I've got like all stream stuff on that monitor, and then last week I was just doing all my content on my main monitor, and for me, it's look, first world problem, I guess, but like having to alt tab between Unity and code is annoying. First world problem, but annoying. And it's always the reason why I've had a multi-monitor setup is that I can always have my code always on another monitor, Unity on the main monitor, or something like that, or vice versa. So I've got some tech today that is, I think I was talking about setting up last week, but yeah, basically wherever my cursor is it switches what monitor's displaying. So I can always have my code and Unity up at the same time, just so I can easily look between things. So if I switch to the main monitor, it goes onto Unity, and if I switch over to the left monitor, it's the code. Hopefully, I'm trialing it out today to see if it's going to be seamless for stream, but it so far seems good. I just need to make sure that my cursor is actually on what I want to be presenting, because I think there will be multiple times where maybe I'll click into code, but then move it back to Unity and I'm typing, so I just need to make sure. That's why I do have my stream display on the monitor, so I can make sure I'm on the right thing, but yeah. So what you say? I found the biggest problem with self-employment is that if you're not careful, work mode never ends. You feel the stress of needing to be productive all the time, which can really hurt. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah. Yeah. So I think for me, that's why I know that I'm always going to be like somewhat switched on with work mode. So that's kind of why like my enforced work hours, I've kept them short. So, I do my stream 8 till 12, so 4 hours. I don't work on Fridays at all. And I know I'm probably going to work more than those 4 hours on that day, but I know if I make sure like my enforced hours are short, is that if I do an extra couple of hours, it's still kind of within a reasonable range. And I do have people that kind of keep me humble. Not really the word I want to use for it, but keep it intact. It's just like, oh, if I have a day off or something like that, is like there's someone else I know that's not working that day or something like that, and I'll just like play games with them, or maybe I'll go out and do something on that day. Is just, yeah, because I think if I was like 100% isolated, like I didn't talk to anyone else as well, it's like that's probably where I would fall into the trap of like, yeah, always just keep working, which isn't great. But yeah, because I do have a little network of people that I can play games with as well, it's like it's an easy way for me to just shut off. Alrighty, so let's go icon dot sprite equals config dot icon, and then we can go m_name text dot text equals config dot staff name. So I think that loads everything on this now. We put the name in here, put the icon in here. The button needs load staff. I wonder if that's everything that I need. Don't have the hire button set up yet, but I don't think that's a big issue for now. Alright, let's see what breaks. My favorite part of development is just see what breaks. Turn the staff panel off. And let's get, who's the staff? I think it's this guy. Staff button. Staff panel. Alright, he's able to do things now. Nothing died, so that's always a good start. Alright, one of them died. Clean up recruitment list. That would have died because I don't think I was doing, I'll fix up bugs straight away and not keep testing through it, which is what you meant to do, but. something we need to check in here. So we go if recruitment irons dot count is greater than 0. We want to do all this. If not, we just clear it. Oh, hello. Hello. Keep selecting everything. But I think that should fix that bug at least. And if it doesn't, well, bigger issues. Bigger issues confirmed. So what are you? 120. Oh, it's just the fact that I haven't initialized that thing yet. I can just do this, I think. Equals new. Just means it's always initialized as just a null empty thing. We should probably do it to this other thing as well. Run it back. Oh, another bug. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, so we do have a problem here, I think. Did set up data source, and I've never set up. Never actually called it, which is a classic. Never actually calling the thing that you've implemented. Just keep seeing what breaks and work through it. Okay, so I need to do some better sorting on this. We haven't done the thing to get rid of Tommy. We don't have icon set up. That's fine. So I should be able to load between all of these. That's not getting set, but everything else is. Okay, so fatigue rate we have a problem with. We need to do something better about that list. Yeah, okay. So, what do we have? What do we have? Fatigue. Let's do the why that fatigue text isn't working. Because we never set it up. That does it. M underscore fatigue rate text. There you go. So that's that problem solved. And we want to do something about that list not looking as nice as I want it to. Wrong panel. Staff panel. Working with recruitment at the moment. So it's this guy. Let's just put, there's a typo on that. That's really annoying. So it's doing that, which we don't actually want it to do. Really annoying. So it means we're going to need a content size splitter. Its vertical fit is going to be preferred size. Spacing, yeah, 5 seems okay. Do that. So it should always grow down now. Looks a bit cleaner. Get rid of you. Let's go on and fix this typo. Recruitment. Rename file. Yep, upgraded. Updated, not upgraded. Probably need to do this same fix to this guy. Content, if we put a payroll item on there. Oh, wrong guy. On here. And we do multiple of those. You can see it's got the same issue. Content size fitter, vertical fit, preferred size. Change the anchoring to be this. Put the spacing at 5. There we go. Very good. Alright. Turn it off. Alright, we did have one more issue that I might want to tackle now as well, which was in the list. So currently we're checking if they're not player, but we also need something on there of the current cafe rating. But we haven't implemented any of that yet, so maybe that can be a to-do until we actually set up cafe data. Yeah, I guess for the sake of what I'm doing at the moment, it's not a huge deal that it's things. So we can chuck in a to-do. Go to-do. Need to add check against current cafe rating. Yeah, sweet. Okay, so we can probably do higher functionality. So okay, there's a couple of things. Okay, I'm right. Put a notepad up. Bugs. Okay, so we need to initialize the footer counters. Higher functionality. Re-update footer plus data source. And then do payroll functionality. Cool. What do I want to do first? Yeah, let's do the footer counters. So these guys. So this is actually... Let's have a new thing on here that's going to be private void update footer. So let's go do the staff rostered first. It's a quick loop, yeah, okay. Don't really like how I'm gonna implement this, but we'll try it. Count equals 0. Recruitment data dot keys. No. Oh, yeah. Actually, no. I think that's fine because then we do if staff if it's true count plus plus, because then we can do it's not the best. this might all have to get redone when I do the save data, but let's just get it working for now. So we're going to go Hui. This is why am I doing payroll first? Recruitment data. This is returning a bool, which means if they are on payroll. Yeah, okay, so we go... Because I did it backwards, I should have done staff rostered first, but it's fine, we'll do payroll. So m underscore payroll count text. I think this is actually where we can do a bit of hard coding here. Count. And this is going to be and then we need a tracker to do because this is going to be another thing. Remove magic number when we set up cafe rating requirements. Alright, and then rostered on. Int count 2 for each var staff in staff data source dot payroll data dot keys. Rip another for each loop. Wait. Staff data source payroll is actually only ever going to have that. Okay, so we can actually change this, I think. And we can go count dot is actually not going to be that. It's going to be staff data source dot payroll data dot count. Just to make sure it does it properly. So keys.count. Okay. So for now in here we're going to go looping through all of the staff for each var data in so it means you can just be count if data dot is rostered equals true and data dot is sick equals false. Count plus plus. For each if. That's very yuck, but it's gonna work. Rostered count text dot text equals, and we can have another one of these magic strings. Count. Once again. Do this. Update footer. So this should initialize these guys now. Can probably see if something's going to break first. But I don't think so. Okay, I lied. Something did break. Fatigue rate. Where's the thing that broke? Everything else was fine except for that. Did I... So the bug that it's coming up is on line 175, which is this guy. Oh, I'm high. I can see what the problem is. For some reason, the IntelliSense thought I wanted to use the payroll one, and it didn't default to recruit one. But yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Alright, we can run it back, see what breaks, and then we can do the higher functionality after that. Cool, nothing broke. Now these should be working, because that is what it should be set at, but until we set up hiring and rostering. Okay. What's the, Wait, I guess this is... Yeah, it doesn't have it. That's fine. Done that. So higher functionality, re-update footer plus data source. So it's going to be in the higher. So if this guy, this is how many people we have on payroll. Payroll count is less than 1. We'll allow ourselves to hire, but on here we're going to need to remove this magic number when rating requirements are implemented, plus need to check we can afford the hiring fee. Oh, hiring fees. Forgot about those. So yeah. So that's on this guy. And it's going to be on this tab. We can change this manage thing, I think. So let's just go into staff config. Go public int m underscore hiring fee. Come back onto this guy. Because we don't actually need this manage header, I think. We have the title. No, I just clicked on the wrong thing here. Hiring fee. Let's just say 50. So, because of that, we actually create an empty parent on this. Hiring fee, get rid of that slash. Keep slouching. Because this guy is going to want a horizontal layout group, middle center. Yeah. Amount. Isn't that crazy? So like the text I'm using is this dark blue, right? So you can see it is the dark blue, but when it's zoomed out, it looks black. But when it's on the gray backing, like it seems like it changes color, but it actually doesn't. Anyway, $50. Get rid of you. Hiring fee. You probably keep a space in there. This guy probably gonna want a content. Size fitter, horizontal fit, preferred size. Whoa, that is a lot bigger than we want. Control size width, there we go. Put a spacing of 10 on it. Alright, and that means the staff panel is going to need one more thing. It is this one. Okay. So that's now set up. Need to assign it in here though. Hiring fee. Amounts. Right. So default these tabs back. Staff panel, turn them off. Alright, we can go back to the code. So now that that's set up, let's actually just go and assign. Peter is the cheapest guy. His hiring fee, just make them all go up. Like increment says you're going to be 50. Georgia is going to be 75. And Tommy is going to be 100. Papa Paradox, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. Wait a second. Check this. Interesting. That's one of your peeps. Yeah, I don't know if I am like cooked, but like the paradox like sounds familiar. So I was like quickly just checking through the speedrun Discord. Because yeah, I don't know, it just sounded familiar. But anyway, sweet. What are we doing? Hiring fee. Yes, we've set all the hiring fees now, so now we can go over to the code and actually hire the person. Cool. Okay, so So we need to create, if they're getting hired for the first time, I can already see a bug that, or an exploit that could happen with how I'm going to implement this. Problem for later. So there's a couple of things we want to do here. We want to add a new payroll thing here. It's going to be the aim underscore current recruitment config. And this is where we're going to need to create a new staff status. So we're going to go needs to probably get added before this. So go staff status. Yeah, okay, it doesn't like us doing it straight away. So we're going to go staff data source dot staff status. Status equals new stated. Nice. Go status dot happiness. This is when they're first getting recruited, so their happiness can probably be at max. Fatigue will be at 0. Haven't worked a day yet. Status dot their wage. Let's default their wage to what their expected wage is. So go underscore didn't do equals. Expected wage. Here we go. Cool. You just installed the two of us. Hell yeah. Hopefully it's not as buggy as a lot of people complain about it. Hopefully you can have a clean, non-lag run. Is sick and is rostered. We don't have any of that data yet, but we can just say no for now. Is sick equals false. Status is rostered equals false. So now we can feed in the status. Oh, I've done that wrong. That's always nice. It doesn't actually need to be a list. It just needs to be a staff status. Ooh. Because staff status stores all of that for the single thing. So you should work now. Cool. I think it would probably be very hard to implement, but maybe when I rebuild the two of us, I don't know, I'll have to look into how it would work, but it would be cool if you could like kind of matchmake. But I think it seems way too cooked for a free game. I don't know, I'll look into it when I start rebuilding it, because I think that is I've seen like reviews that got left onto it of like people that want to be able to play if they don't have friends to play with and stuff like that, but maybe I'll investigate that when I rebuild it. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, technically, I think you might. This is probably like where the big gray area comes in. Is like you probably can set up a cheap form of matchmaking that still uses peer-to-peer connection, but I can already see a big issue with that is like if someone like were to host or something like that, of like you just need some form of like security set up that you don't then get like hacked or something like that. I could see a problem with that. I think that's obviously why you wouldn't ever matchmake with peer-to-peer, but we'll see. Because I mean, like, if there's a cheap solution to hosting for the two of us, because obviously, like, player numbers of the two of us aren't astronomical, like, day to day. Obviously, it's had, you know, 1 million downloads over its lifetime, but I think its daily users is quite small. Is like, it's probably cheap to host for that amount of people, but I don't know. We'll have to look into it. The hope is that, you know, with the Cafe Haven that I'm working on now, is this game, and the next game that I'll be working on after that is like I'm actually able to generate a good amount of revenue from those games. And if, you know, if it does better than I expect, that's when I probably can look at matchmaking, hosting sort of stuff for the two of us. Would be pretty cool. Alrighty, so keep working on this hire function. So we also now need to go to staff data source dot recruitment data. I'm gonna score current equals true. Woo. And update the footer. Oh, and this is when we probably also need to go back through that. I think that does everything we need there. Maybe host a small amount of servers, and if the time ever comes where it reaches cap, ideally at that point, passive income allows you to increase it as needed. That's kind of what, yeah, what I'm hoping. It's like, I think maybe for, you know, the minuscule amount of people that's in that moment, it's probably fairly cheap to host. And yeah, if this game and the game I'll work on afterwards, if they are able to start generating, you know, some amount, it's just like, yeah, if the two of us numbers rise up. Because obviously, like, I don't know, yeah, my hope is that with the two of us getting updated, because I know there are a lot of people that are following the posts and stuff like that and see whenever I make developer posts, like once that gets updated, if I add new content into it, like fix the bugs that arise in it, like, yeah, I should hope to see player numbers go up, but we'll see. We'll see. Still a while to go till we can tackle that. Alright, so the hiring fee is this guy. Hire button, here we go. Hire. Okay, so let's just hire Peter. Need this panel to get re-updated, but we can see staff on payroll 1. Haven't set up any of this functionality yet. So we need to reload the panel. Don't know anything about any of this. I'm high-key fascinated. Any of what? Is this a generic don't know anything about game development, so you're interested, or don't know anything about this game, so you're interested? Or both? So after we load recruitment list, let's load the recruitment panel as well. So it should default to, if we hire the first person, it should default to Georgia. Game development, yeah. Yeah, game development's pretty cool. I've been doing it for a while. So this should switch to Georgia if I hire this person. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, love to see it. Oh man, I wonder, Stubby, when did I stream last? It was my Wednesday, your Tuesday. I'll hold that thought. I'll reply to what you just said. Give a quick recap about the two of us and how the speedrun community started. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I can even open up Steam and use the page. Actually, wait, I don't even need open setting. I can just do this. The two of us, rather than have my Steam open. Let's open this guy and just use this storefront. Okay, so the two of us was originally a university project I made in my, I think it was the second last semester of uni. Had one stage, and I think that stage had maybe 5 levels. But yeah, like the core thing of it is just like a little co-op platformer game. And yeah, I mean, it did really well at uni. Like, got full marks for it, so like a little flex there. But yeah, so after it was done, like their comments on it saying it was like, oh yeah, this is actually like a really good game. Like, you'd probably be able to publish this. Yeah, so you know how many levels are in save runs. My brain's completely blanked it. So, oh, it's cool. Created by developers you follow. I've actually set up a developer page now, so that works. Cool. So, I'll keep continuing. So yeah, basically, I was like, oh, okay, it would be cool to ship. So I thought, okay, well, look, I'll upload it to Steam. Don't really like care if anyone downloads it or anything like that, because I just saw it as like, okay, well, if I ship it onto Steam, that counts as me shipping a project, which I know, like, in terms of trying to get a job in the industry, that's like one of the key metrics is like, have you shipped a title before? So yeah, did that 19th of December 2021. That's actually my birthday. I shipped it on my birthday, 2021. And I think within the first week, it had. I won't make up the number. It's half a dox. Yeah, I might dox other people if I open it up on that screen. I'll do it over here. One sec. Don't care if I dox myself. I'm a public person. View profile. Show all activity. Just find my post. I mean, if I minimize all of this, it should be fine. Can I open this post in like a new tab or something? Copy link to post. Here we go. Yeah, sweet. You loving the hair? Yeah, thanks for noticing. It's something different. Yeah, so within the first week, I had 45,000 unique players download the game. 621 reviews at 86% positive. And I was lucked out. So this was during the Steam winter sale. So like around Christmas time. My birthday is 6 days before Christmas. So that checks out. Lucked out, and my game got put onto the the front page of Steam of popular new releases. Man, seeing this now, it's like I could have done so much better with just like marketing art. Anyway, but that was never the point. So yeah, 45,000 unique players in the first week. Crazy numbers. And I think at one thing, I think there was a new Halo that got released at the time. Is like my game was like next to Halo in the popular new releases. Absolutely crazy. So yeah, like fast forward to now, it's like I think there's 1 million downloads of the game now. But yeah, pretty crazy. And in terms of Stubby, will probably actually be able to give the better indication is obviously, yeah, some speed running started happening. Stubby was like probably like one of the main people that started kicking that off. And did I post that? Yeah, sorry. ADHD brain just flickering it between things. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Did you reach out to me personally, Stubby, or is it through a review that I saw that people were speedrunning? Or actually, no, I have a feeling it might have even been a like a community post, maybe. Man, you feel like I should be able to operate through this. Maybe it was through a community hub post that you said a speedrunning community was getting created. Go like. Fix textures. The dude actually helped. That was actually a chick. But yeah, that was awesome. Speedrun. How the heck? Speedrun. You found my socials? Yeah, that might have been the way. Maybe it might have been on Twitter. I had different socials set up at the time than what's on there now. But yeah, basically, Stubby kind of started a little community there, which is definitely not a docs because it is a public Discord. Yeah, a speedrunning Discord got made. You can see Stubby the main moderator of that. But yeah, then I got invited to it and was able to kind of see people run through the game, and I was able to find a lot of bugs that people have found. And something I did is like something I've always kind of respected in game developers themselves is, you know, kind of being in touch with the community. And for me, it's just like, you know, I like I said, it's like I shipped this game not thinking anyone would download it. So it's kind of seeing a speedrunning community get created from it was really awesome. So I wanted to kind of make sure that I did right by them. So even though when they found bugs, you know, as a developer, you want to fix bugs because you want, you know, a normal player to be able to get through your game without any buggy things happening. So what I was able to do was on Steam, you can kind of create beta branches. So I created a speedrunning beta branch for the speedrunners that was like, I was like, hey guys, love what you're doing. You can keep doing it. Here's, like, if you put in this beta code into the project, you'll be able to download a separate version of the game and I won't touch it. Like, you can break it to your heart's content. All the bugs that you found will always stay in the game and you can just do it as is. And then in the main version of the game, I would fix those bugs so, you know, normal players can get through the experience. When I saw that, yeah, the popularity was rising, I decided to make a second stage of the game. So once again, don't know how many levels are in that stage. I'm going to guess 6 again. Yeah, put out a little update just to give a bit more content, and yeah, did the same thing for the speedrun as well. As I did the main branch, and then also created like a 2.0 speedrunning branch as well that kept all of their previous bugs they'd found in there. Yeah, that's kind of the TLDR of the two of us, and I've always wanted to like work on the game more and fix it because, as you might be able to experience, is there's a lot of bugs that are in the game. There's a lot of latency issues, so it depends on like your connection and like, because it's peer-to-peer hosted, so like say if you were to host it, cool, ban this guy, delete message, ban user, yeah, see you later. Bloody view bots, get out. Sweet. Yeah, so if you were to host, it basically goes off your connection. So if you're playing with someone that has a high latency to you, so to say it is the case with people, is like they might play with someone across the world, it does run into a lot of issues. I never fully optimized the code. Best viewers. Cheap viewers on that sketchy looking website. Yeah, I normally get like 2 or 3 of those messages per stream. It's really annoying. Yeah, I've always wanted to rework on the game, but I've never had the time. While I was working a full-time job as a game designer, never had the time to, even though I always promised that I would work on the game, I never had the time because I don't know if you guys might know it, but it's like, you know, you work a full day at work and it's just like you don't really have the energy to then do more work when you get home. My auto mod sometimes catches it. So I've had a couple of times where it pops up and it's saying like, oh, suspected like a suspected spam message or something like that. But I think in that dude's message, he had like special characters on letters, so I think they might be trying to find ways around the auto mod. But yeah, all right. What was I up to? Setting up the next panel, I think. Can confirm that. Oh, I can remember what I was going to say before, Stubby. I can't remember when you left on my Wednesday, your Tuesday of the last stream. But in the last part of my day, oh cool, something already broke. Love that for me. But yeah, I've been setting up like not that there's any volume in game, but adding music volume to the save panel, and because of that, I was just like, the way I'd set up my saves previously was all based on a save slot. So there's 3 save slots in the game, and the audio was included in that. And I figured like, oh, it's probably not a good idea to have this audio and probably the rest of these settings like your resolution and whether the game's full screen in the save slot file, because it means technically like if you switch between save slots, each thing's going to be in a different volume. So I split out the save data. So now there's like a client save, and that's just something that's going to go across all save slots, that if you change the volume, it changes it across all of them. But I think that was something I did at the very end of my day. I can't remember if you were there or not. As I can see, there was multiple bugs happening, so it's a problem for later. Alright, so we've got this working. We aren't able to hire more than one person. Oh, that's different though. Okay, I can fix that. That's going to be in here. Only change that if that happens. Okay, so let's work on the next list. So that's the recruitment panel, and now we're going to do the payroll panel. So we can do the same thing in the cleanup first. So if m underscore payroll items dot count is greater than 0, we'll loop through. Alright, how did we rip it in here? So we went through the recruitment data. Do we go through there? No, I think we just go through. So let's have if staff data source payroll data count is greater than 0. We want to do stuff in here, but else we're gonna have to do add panel for no staff hired. Here we want to, I mean, we can pretty much just copy what's in here and just repurpose it. So we only care if they're in the list, so I think we don't actually need any of that. Except it's not going to be recruitment, it's going to be a payroll. Staff item. It's not called payroll staff item. What did I call it? Love that I'm calling them different things. That's really cool. list. Come into here. Setup. Just do the same thing that we did for the last one as well. Staff config. Staff panel. We'll need private staff config. M_config. Private staff panel. M_panel. Cool, that's all set up, so you should be happy now. Payroll items add. So that should initialize all of them on the list. I think, actually, technically speaking, this item is pretty much identical to this. So we can just copy these guys. Which technically means I probably could have had this all as one script, but... and just have different button methods, but I don't know, I'll keep it separate. It's easier for my brain, I guess. Cool, that's set up. We will need a load staff button. This one's going to be update payroll panel. Takes in a staff config. Cool. So that's all the item set up now. Flew through that. Yeah, I guess we can load the payroll panel now, so we can go if m_current payroll config equals null. We do payroll items. I did something different here, didn't I? That. If payroll items count is greater than 0, current payroll equals payroll get config. Nice typo. Cool. Alright. Let me just quickly check something on here. Holy. Minimize you. Good stuff. Alright, so just so I can see what we're setting up, let's label this in Unity. So we're setting up this entire panel. We can pretty much copy how I did it down here as well. Okay, so it's literally just hard setting values. That's fine, I don't need to copy paste that stuff. So I know we have m_payroll name text dot text equals m_current payroll config staff name happiness slider dot value equals current payroll config. No, that's actually incorrect. We're storing this on this guy. Current payroll config dot. This is happiness. Fatigue slider value. fatigue. We need to set their wage text. Wage? I think we're actually storing that on here as well. Wage. This needs to be .toString as well. And now we would do if. Actually, we need to do a couple of if statements here. Is rostered equals true. We want m underscore roster on button set active false. Roster off button true. Else true false. Then we're going to go another one here. If is sick is true. False, false. Probably need some functionality to actually... Nah, I think that's going to be when they actually call in sick. We'll have to change the data source. That's a problem for later. Alright, so I think that sets up everything on this panel. So now we can... Oh, 5 more methods to do. Oh, actually 6. We can actually set this right now. Okay, that's a method done. The wage thing, I think, doesn't matter for now. So let's just leave that for now. Let's do roster on. So we're going to have a check if rostered count. Let's store this variable. Private int m underscore rostered count. Rostered count equals count. So now we come back down here, go if count is less than 1, and this is where we'll add a to do. Remove magic number when we have set up rating requirement logic. Okay. So if it's less than 1, we want to roster them on. So for this, we do staff data source payroll data m underscore current payroll config dot is rostered equals true. It doesn't let me change the variable because it's annoying. I feel like I should probably... How long have I been streaming for? 2 hours. Alright, it's time to stand up, I reckon. Slowly shrinking. A bit higher. No. So staff data source dot staff status equals new status dot happiness. Fatigue equals fatigue status. Oh, hello. Status dot wage equals wage status dot is rostered equals true. So for hard setting a variable there, we should at least do is sick equals dot is sick. So that's all the variables, so it's 5, is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep. Equals status. So changing it to that. Cool. Else we'll need some visual clarification that we have the max people rostered. Alright. So in the roster off now, we're going to do something else. It's going to be if contains key m_current payroll config. Oh, there should be a second bracket there. So if they exist in there, we're practically just going to remove them. Oh, I just realized this actually has payroll staff has a different thing in here. Serialized fields, private, game object, m_selected tick, m_selected tick set active is equal to staff data source dot payroll data. Yeah, let's just put config in there. Dot is rostered. Very good. Oh my gosh. Well, I think we literally need to do all of this. And then set it to false. And that's how we roster them off, I think. So then at the bottom of this, we probably want to do, and it's going to be the bottom of the other one as well, is update footer. But we also want to... what do we call down here? So give me a good indicator. So we also updated the list and updated the panel before we're doing that. Okay. So load payroll list, load payroll panel, then update footer. This might work, I pray. Everyone's happiness and fatigue and stuff should be at full, so That's going to be the indicator. Oh, we haven't set up the prefab. Payroll. And this needs to be set up as a button as well. So let's go the icon, the name, and the selected tick. Alright, let's see what breaks. Best part of game development. Okay, well... kind of knew this would break straight away. I'll quickly load what's dying on it. Current staff payroll. Oh, okay, so I can see what's... So, the thing that's null is this guy. Because there's no one that's been hired yet, this is null. So we're trying to access it, causing an error. This would crash the game. I do actually have a check for like if there's no staff. It's in here. So because of that, we're going to chuck a return in here. So I guess if some of you are interested in game development, by putting a return in a method basically means if it gets to that point, it just ends the method. So by adding a check in here, if current config equals null. Yes, we're already doing a null check, but it's if there's no one here, return. So if we're returning and it's hitting this, it means none of this code's going to get executed, which is fine because I'm eventually going to be enabling a panel that says like you have no staff rostered, and that's when we enable it here, and then should hopefully be the fix. Let's hope. No error. Very good. So it does make this a bit confusing because this is not real. We should make it whenever these buttons are clicked, it refreshes. Because if I come in here, let's hire Peter. I should have actually hired someone else. That's a lie. If we come back in here, this isn't going to re-initialize, which it needs to. So we're going to create a method. This has to do with the payroll panel, so let's just chuck it at the bottom of it. Under fire, let's go public void refresh panel. We should actually probably call it refresh payroll panel. And it's basically going to be, I'm just going to copy them straight out of here, but we'll only copy the things we need. We don't care about the recruitment panels. And then we're going to do the same thing in this guy. Public void refresh recruitment panel. And because I'm lazy, rip all of this, get rid of payroll stuff because we don't care about it in this one. So, once this loads in, we have these tabs, and it's the inactive guys that have buttons on them. So, staff panel, this is payroll. So when we're clicking on this, we want to go staff, refresh payroll panel. And then in this guy, staff panel, refresh recruitment panel. So just because this dude's name was Peter a second ago, here, let's choose someone else. Genesis.com. Hello. I'm probably a little bit sketch saying a URL out loud, but what up? Hire him. Null. The object you want to instantiate is null. It's probably because I renamed it, isn't it? Yeah. so it's higher Georgia, comes across, cool. So that's correct. The default value for happiness will be 100%, fatigue will be at 0, their wage is set to what their wage was set at. So if we... I haven't enabled the Restream button, have I? No, okay. That's fine. So let's go do that now. It's going to be payroll. Content. Manage panel, here we go. These two guys. Roster on button. And then the roster off. Alright, run it back. Okay, if we roster them on, they're ticked. This got updated to 1 out of 1. It changed to a roster off button, which we can roster them off. Updates this, ticks removed, rosters back on. Want to learn a trick? What trick do you have? Stop play mode. Now go back, see how long it takes. Like, click play again. Like this guy. If you do edit editor, then enter play mode options. Oh, gotcha. Edit editor. Gotcha. Edit. I'm using the latest version of Unity 6, so some things I think I have seen are different than what I've seen previously, but yeah, cool. Editor. So you're saying play mode options, turn off, reload, domain, and scene. To check it out. Hang on. So you're saying turn off, reload, domain, and scene. So you're saying do not reload, this one down the bottom. A lot quicker. Speeds it up. Well, there's still less things in there. Yes, I guess if I'm guessing, is when that's enabled, when you're clicking play, it's like reloading all of the assets. Is that, I'm assuming that's what it's doing. So by turning that off, it's just using it, like it loads, once it's loaded at once, it's just good to go. Recompiles all of your code for no reason. Lameo. Cool. Sweet. That's a good hack. That's where I was setting up those. Oh no, I did the roster on and off buttons. They're good. If you have it enabled, it just recompiles your code when you press play, but 90% of times it's unnecessary. True. I guess, is there a way then, like, if you need it to recompile, is there a way that, like a hotkey or something to make sure it recompiles the code? There is, but I don't remember it. Sweet. I'll write it down on my whiteboard. find... I don't think it's going to matter for quite some time because I'm not really doing many things in scene. Find hotkey for recompile. I mean, technically, my code gets recompiled when I come back in from editing it, but yeah. The static variables when you're doing online. Yeah, exactly. All right. I actually am accessing quite a lot of static things, but all offline static stuff, so I don't think it's going to cause an issue. But sweet. Yeah, that saves a bit of time. Man, if I could have shown you when I used to work full-time at a studio, I don't think that option was enabled, and yeah, man, their reload times was nuts. What game am I making? So this is I guess the best way to, Tycoon is the best way to say it. It's like a cafe tycoon sort of game. I can kind of go through the UI so you can see the flow of it. But yeah, basically the gist of it is, yeah, you have like multiple recipes and you've got to try to find the... I should really work on an elevator pitch for this, shouldn't I? But yeah, you got to try and find like the perfect ingredients for a certain recipe, so you can like alter, like, so this is the first test recipe is like a chicken burger or something, right? Is like you can choose how many ingredients you want to put on it, and then at the end of the day you're going to get reviews, which I haven't implemented yet, that tell you like, oh, maybe this, it will say like there was too much chicken on this, or like the burger was too dry, meaning it needs more sauce and stuff like that. And then the data that I'm pretty sure I can... Actually, let's go... I can kind of show the flow at the moment. If I go to the shop, let's just order 10 of these, who cares? So if we come over to here, 222, just change profit, add, and if I enable these NPCs, they'll start walking in. So yeah, NPCs will spawn in, they'll come over to a table, order food, old mate then starts cooking the food, brings them out, and then he leaves. And then once he leaves, he kind of like registers a review of like, this might have had too much food, or yeah. I guess the other mechanics that aren't really in this version of the game yet, because I did prototyping last month, so that kind of had all the fleshed out mechanics in it, just roughly implemented. But yeah, so there's also like a timer for when those people like come in, when they're sitting at the table is like a timer starts ticking down, so they have to get served within a reasonable amount of time. And I guess the way that you do that is just by hiring more employees into your cafe. So that's how you can speed up your service time. What else is there? There's also going to be a bit of like active gameplay throughout the day, as well as like, so random events can sort of happen. So I guess examples of those is like a stove could catch fire. There could be a spill on the floor, or there could just be trash on the ground, and you kind of got to clean those up pretty rapidly, because if you end the day with any of those things still active, that's going to like affect your cafe's rating. And I guess your rating changes by gaining or losing followers, and then that'll then contribute to your star rating as well. But yeah, I'll come up with a good elevator pitch for this one day that can explain it all quickly. Cool. What did I want to... I think it's just the fire button is the only thing I haven't implemented on this part now. So if we hire... Let's do Tommy this time. Come in, Tommy. Oh, also the wage. So the wage button and the fire button. I mean, like, is there a good... I know, like, you could probably give a brief thing as just, like, cafe management game, if you don't want to use the term tycoon, where you're managing recipes and you're managing staff, but, like, does that really encapsulate everything? Alright, so we needed... Yeah, let's do the wage buttons. Let's come across it here. These guys. So I think if you're increasing it, there probably is going to be a max cap on the wage, but I think for now we probably don't need to worry about it. So, oh, I'm gonna have to create a new one of these, aren't I? think I am. Increase wage. Considering I'm doing this in multiple places, probably should find a way to make it so it's just running a single line of code, but that's a problem for not right now. It's rusted. So now we're editing the wage. How would I do that? I could have default values anyway. So yeah, Genesis. What do you do? Are you, I'm assuming, considering you know some little tricks in Unity, you are dev as well, as a hobby or a job, or? A horror game. Hell yeah. Can't find any blood decals. Where have you been searching? Not that I know like great things. I think the only places I normally look for assets are either the Unity asset store directly or like itch.io. That's kind of like the main sources that I've looked through. Assets store and itch, yeah. Okay, maybe. I mean, adding it by +1 is kind of annoying, but probably fine. And then we're going to need to update the roster amount. I feel like I've seen somewhat good blood decals before, but I guess they are very particular. Like they kind of need to look exactly what you need them to look for, rather than like, because I know like I've seen tons of blood decal packs, but I guess they are like very generic looking. Alrighty. So probably do need an if check here. If wage is greater than 0. -1. Really gross. Really gross. But it's gonna work. Some of them are good, but they're like $50 now. Yeah, true. Very true. Oh, I didn't create this first. That's alright. I think the most expensive asset pack, I mean, for just for blood, $50 is up there. I guess the most expensive asset pack I've bought is probably like around 100 and something dollars US. Pretty up there. But I guess it was like a very large pack that just had lots of stuff. But decrease wage. Negative button, positive button. Increase wage. Alright, let's see if that worked. I got a dialogue system, which was pretty worth it, to be honest. Yeah, dialogue systems are... I think I've set up like a few, like very basic dialogue systems in the past. They're very involved. Like I remember when I worked at my last job, we set up a dialogue system in our game. And yeah, that took a lot of time to get right and kind of just needed to be constantly iterated on. I think it's the problem with a lot of creating things from scratch. Although it's good to create things from scratch because it can be purpose built to be exactly what you need it for. It's just like even when you try to plan for it at the start, is like there's just a lot of things you don't think about. That it's just like you implement it, you're like, oh cool, it's done. But then like you start implementing something else to do with it, you're like, oh, okay, it's missing this and this and this. And it's just where if you buy a pre-made system, you know, someone's already thought of that for you. Alrighty, staff. Don't want to touch this yet because it's probably going to break if it's not loaded properly. Let's come in here. Okay. Let's just set it to 40. Come back, still at 40, that's good. So I think that's what we want. Alright, next up is the fire button. Programming in general, to be honest, yeah, it's very true. Like, I guess in this code, just because you're new to it, like I've set up a saving system in this. That's kind of, I guess this isn't really a good application, but this is just talking about like actually putting the data in there. Probably the best guys to go into is like game save data. But it's just like, I created this first as like, it gave me a reason to like think about all the variables that I think I need to be saving to data. But last week when I started properly setting up some of these things to save some of the data I've already been working on, is like, oh, okay, I didn't think about how this is going to work, and then you have to kind of recode it in general. Like, the skeleton's still roughly the same, but yeah. Programming's so fun. So fun. Alright, if you fire a person... I mean, if you fire them, realistically, all you're doing is just removing them. Yeah, we can try it. Let's see what happens. So, recruitment data, underscore current recruitment config. No, current payroll config. Oh, payroll typo. I was wondering what the hell's that squiggle for. How long have you been, I guess you said it was a hobby, but how long have you been doing game development for? No, we should probably have, like, just to be safe. I don't think it would actually cause issues, but on the off chance it does, we'll just have this check in here, just in case. 2 years, give or take. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I think I guess professionally, about 3 years. Been doing game development. 2.5 of that is when I was working at a company. But then obviously I did like, shit, what it ended up being like 3.5, 4 years of university beforehand. So I guess been around all game development stuff for now. Man, that's crazy to say, almost 7 years. Time, where does time go? Alright, let's see if the fire button is working. So let's hire Georgia. This thing's probably going to be bugged, I think so. But I mean, for the sake of testing it, Fire button not working. Oh, actually it is working. I think it's just not updating properly because I didn't update the list. So in here we can just go refresh payroll panel. And I think that does everything. So how long have you been working on your horror game, Genesis? Okay, I think I can see what's going on there. Let's open that up. We need to null out that value. Fire. If the fire was successful, we can go m underscore current payroll config equals null. Should fix that problem. Only like a month. How about you with your game? Yeah, I guess technically it's been probably fairly close to bang on a month now. But I guess this project that I'm on at the moment probably only... Did I start working full time on that last? No, I did it before. Maybe it's 2 weeks is probably accurate for this thing, but I also did like 2 to 3 weeks of prototyping and another Unity build, so I kept it separate, so then didn't have all prototype code in this project, but yeah. Oh, you're gonna post it tonight on itch? Hell yeah. I guess assets aren't mine. It makes it look a lot better, is all the assets, but assets was from an asset pack. Probably makes it look like I'm further along than I am, but it's just drag and drop. Yeah, feel free... I don't know if I have auto mod set up to ban links or something, but yeah, feel free to shoot through your itch link for it, and I'll check it out. That's cool, us. Yeah, same. I can't model for shit either. I did like one semester of modeling, 3D modeling at university, and boy, I hated it. I hated it. I sucked at it. I'm like, nah, not doing any more of this. Like it would have been good if I stuck it out and like did multiple subjects on it, but yeah, it just sucks. Alrighty, hire you. Come over here. Fire you. Do need to sort out this panel so it goes empty, but cool. Then she's back on this list. So I think a problem that I have at the moment now is if I roster you on and then fire you. Oh, it actually does update. Holy shit. I wrote code correctly that it works first go. I love that for me. Compared to Unreal, but it gets the job done. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out some animations because I mean I'll start this game and I'll spawn these dudes in. Need to order some things to make it work. Sure, that many. Order 3. Whoa. That's $300. That's right. Come over here, add it. Just so then these guys load. Is the asset pack that I've got all of these characters in, is I'll pause him when he gets here. He doesn't have a sitting animation. So I think... I'm in 2D. Go down to you. This guy. I think the built-in animations that this pack has is like, yeah, walking, running, and a couple of like cheer sort of animation stuff. But I need to have like an idle sitting animation, so I'm gonna have to like work out how to do that. And I guess like the very scary thing is like you look at the NPC, this guy, have a look at his model, right? And obviously, like, the way these animations were set up was in, like, Blender or whatever they've made it. But it's just like, yeah, you see, like, all of these things for its animation, you're like, oh, that seems very intimidating. Alright, so what am I doing now? So I've done all the functionality for that to work. So now I think I can actually initialize some save data. That's going to be fun. Game save data? No, I think it's going to be game data. This guy. So we need to check if these values are still going to be correct. Yeah, what is the animation package? I'm curious because, yeah, I'm going to have to fiddle around with animations, and it'd be cool if I don't have to re-import the model back into Blender and do the animations in that. Like, if there's a way that I can do it in Unity, that'd be really helpful. Source staff ID and whether they are rostered on. Okay, so 0, 1. So 0, 0 would be ID. 0, 1 would be true or false, or in this instance, 0 or 1. Whether they're rostered on or not. Yep. But then I would probably... Oh, and how many sick days they have left. That's something I haven't implemented yet. But can I just store that in all one giant save file? I mean, it doesn't hurt to have it as two separate. Oh, but it stores all the stuff. That's, I think, the key thing there. Because we want to save it, even if they get like fired or something like that, it stores their data. Yeah, okay, I'll keep it separate. Alright. So I guess... Okay, let's do some more magic number stuff. M underscore staff payroll equals new int. I mean, for now, just because it's a magic number, we only need 1, 2. Because we're only going to be able to hire one person. So it's going to have an ID, which we haven't set up in the config yet, so we should go and do that. And whether they're rostered on. Yep, cool. And then the next one is going to be m underscore staff status equals new int array. And this is going to be... What's initialized first? Maybe not this, but it's all magic numbers. We're coming back to fix it later, so we know we created 4 employees. Have you done much save system stuff? And what did we want to keep in here? This is a lot of extra data. Let's just go have a look. All staff. It stores their fatigue. It's probably going to need to store their happiness as well. So happiness, fatigue, whether they're sick, and how many sick days they have. So it needs to be 4. No, and for good reason. It feels super unsafe to me. What about it feels unsafe? Like, just saving Java in general, you feel like file handling. Yeah. Yeah, I know there are like restrictions for like how you can save data. Unity is fairly good that like it like Unity slash C Sharp is very good with handling files. But and I guess like people could easily do things incorrectly. To like yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, I know like saver systems are a bit spooky, but yeah. You could possibly break their hard drive they can upload whatever they want. Um, well, I guess you shouldn't, quote unquote, shouldn't be able to break their hard drive if it's done correctly. I've actually, my save system's done off of quite literally a Bracky's guide. He did some like binary save file stuff. So I've set it up through that. But yeah. It's like pretty, like if I go to my save system itself, like creating my save file is like, here goes creating it. It's just like, yeah, just creating a single file in the persistent data path. That it's, yeah, not too spooky, but oh, look, another person trying to advertise cheap viewers and followers, and you just got banned. Unlucky. That's the second one for today. Um, but yeah, I think I do get like, yeah, it does feel scary writing files, but I guess like I have never felt that scared. um, I think it's just mainly because it's implemented well. It's probably like if I wasn't confident on how it was implemented, yeah, I'd probably feel a bit more sketch about it. But because I know and I've like always checked my code that it's always only handling data within itself, it's like yeah, I feel a bit more confident about it. All right. I mean, I can send it to you. Let me just open this up. Okay, Bracky's save system. 5 years ago, old. Share that link. But yeah, that's what I used for it. Really, really helpful. But yeah, it's like I think save systems are like, depending on the game you make, fairly required. Like a game like this, where it's like you're meant to be playing over a long span of time. If I didn't have a save system, it was like yeah, you're kind of rinsed. And depending on what you need it for, is like you can probably get away with sometimes really a really simple save system. Like I'm sure you've probably heard of player prefs. Is like player prefs can store keys for certain things. Like what is it? Like you can do ints. Actually, it might even just be ints and strings. Maybe you can do floats as well. But yeah, player prefs is super basic. You would need to purpose build your game around like using player prefs. That's like you could probably have it set up that like it reads it'd probably be really complicated as well, but like it reads like maybe if they have an item is just like you can store 0, 1 or something like that. If they have it, then it puts it into their item. Probably have like checkpoint saves of like, okay, where did they save at the last checkpoint? That's probably how you'd make a very simple player pref thing, and obviously player prefs probably feels a lot safer because it's just built-in Unity stuff. But yeah, if you were doing, like I said, holding large amounts of data in it, horrible. It would be horrible for that. You could do it, but it would be horrible. Where, I guess with binary sort of stuff is like, I mean, I can show you what the save file looks like. Not that it's readable. App data. Actually, wait, I may even have it open already. I do. So if we go save slot 1. Yeah, so exposed to use an app ability to manipulate it. I think you're absolutely correct. So that's why I've got mine set up in binary, is like, you can see where it's saved, but the values themselves are actually then just saved as a binary, which is not an editable. Well, I mean, it probably is editable if you know binary, but a lot harder. Where it's like the game I used to work on, their save files was just a JSON file. Like it was so easy to access. Like I'm probably see if I've destroyed it all. Save. Go like. I should delete all this up on my computer, but yeah, here you go. Like it has all of the saved data just in a JSON, so like you could easily just edit all of these values and just get stuff for free. Like, yeah, JSON's just in English. Like, well, I mean, if you speak English, it's saved in English. But yeah, not a great. But I guess like because this was a mobile game, is like you do have to go to a bit of extra effort to then try and edit those files. So it's just like if people want to do that, yeah, I guess you're still playing the game. But yeah, for a PC game, like having it saved in a JSON file, like God, it'd be so easy to access and change. Alright, so I think we want to... I think it's pedestrian... Yeah, this is where I wanted to load the data in here. So this was the temporary setup data source, but let's have... let's create some new methods in here for saving and loading data. But I think the I will admit the one annoying thing with my save file is like you probably noticed like the types that are in here is like it still does need to be basic types. Like you can't have custom types like like I say a transform. So if you wanted to save a transform, which you might because you might need like a spawn location or something like that saved, is you'd have to save it as an array of floats. So then you'd have a size 3, so X, Y, Z, all its own separate values. So it is a little bit more complicated. So that's when you start having like 2D arrays of like it's how I'm able to make a custom data type, but it's still in a simple form, which is a bit but I'm gonna sit down now. I've been standing up for a little bit. Alright, so saving, we're doing saving. What's it going to be easier to do? Let's do loading data first. So we got region. Okay, so recruitment's the easiest data type I have, which is just this guy. Oh, we didn't even set up. Yeah, I mean, we're doing that now, so load data. So we need game data equals game data instance. We need this is stored as an int array. Int 2D array recruit. We should call it what it's actually going to be called. This one is... Oh, wow, actually, what am I doing? Status. I think my data types that I've actually got set up are just all not right. Because I swear... Staff payroll, so this is storing everyone. And this is if they're rostered on. Oh no, this is who's on payroll. Alright. So I can't even really call this recruitment and stuff like this. So this is going to be status. Staff status equals data dot get staff status. And this can still be called payroll. So once we have the staff status, it just means my data source is going to need to be different now. Staff data source, because this guy is only holding. Okay. Okay. Recruitment data. Okay, so I'm going to create a new data type in here, I think. Public static dictionary. Once again, it's going to feed in staff configs, and it probably is going to be the same as this, I think. And this one's going to be called staff data, and this is going to store everyone. So we come back to the staff list. Just make sure I'm getting the right one. All staff. Brain's gonna melt trying to figure this out. I don't know why I always leave like doing. I mean, obviously I do the save data at the end if I've implemented it, because then everything's there. But like, it always ends up happening that it's like the last hour of my day that I'm trying to work this out. So I think we're gonna have a for loop. Hey Genesis, thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. I equals 0, well I is less than. It stores every staff, so here we actually have access to the staff list, so we can go staff list count. I plus plus. Yeah, exactly, Stubby. That's exactly it. Well, I think I looked at like the VODs for last week, and like I've got set up this like, okay, I'm meant to be doing a 4-hour stream every day. Yeah, I think one of them was like 5 hours, one was 4.5 hours. It's like one day I'll have a 4 on the dot. Okay, so for loops in for loops. This is going to be a for in j, while j is less than. This is where I need to know how many data types we're going to have, and I did specify that in the game data, didn't I? Down here, 4. Okay. Well, I is less than 4. Not j, so j plus plus. Okay. So we're going to create. Each one of these is going to create a new staff data source dot staff status equals new staff status. So we go status dot happiness. Guess we'll just go in the order that we specify here. Is going to be staff status I J. Wait. I don't need to loop through a second time, I think, because I know what all of the values are always going to be set to. So I think I can actually just do hard set the indexes like this. Go status dot m underscore fatigue equals that. Status dot is sick equals staff status I2. Yeah, okay, so this needs to be a bool. So you can go staff status equal 1. You have to do it like that, yeah. So they are sick if the value is equal to 1. That's true. If not, it's going to be false. Cool. And then status, we need to add something new in here now, which is going to be public int m underscore sick days, which we haven't actually set up yet, but it's going to be a hidden variable anyway. Soft list status m underscore sick days equals that. Okay, then we can go staff data source dot staff data dot add. We need m underscore staff list I status. Okay. That's adding all the data we need for that. This guy gets declared outside of this. And then we can come in here, int array again, payroll. I mean, what did I even call it? Staff payroll. Call it that. Staff payroll equals that. I mean, this is I'm using a magic number for this at the moment, aren't I? Yeah. Yeah, okay. ID and whether they're rostered on. I mean, is less than 1 I++. Gonna chuck a to do on this. We'll need to remove this magic number when we have cafe rating implementation done. Cool. So we haven't actually added it in here yet, so we're gonna have a public int m_staff ID. We'll go set them now, just so I don't forget. Okay, it's all set up. Staff data source dot payroll data dot add. Ah shit, we need we've only got access to the ID. Probably can use a for each loop here. Var staff in staff payroll. No, that's not correct. Staff list. If staff, no, that's not what I want either. Staff dot ID is equal to staff payroll I, comma 0. Add them, and this is checking whether they're rostered. Equals 1. Okay, just go bool check equals check. Wow, am I high? Oh. We need to access them from here. Okay, yep, that's my bad, my bad. Does that mean we add data to that? No, 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 no. Well, I think it's just simply we don't have payroll data. We use recruitment data. But that's not correct either. Because are we checking that they're rostered on in this data? Where are we? Staff data source. Yeah, is rostered as part of the staff status. Oh, I'm actually like cooked. I need to be saving like all of this data. So yeah, we need all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Needs to be 6 long now. Six. And for the sake of me reading this, actually, you can see what we're setting each of these to. So we need the rostered on data. Status dot is rostered is equal to four. also need to be saving their wage. I'm doing this all out of order, and it's actually kind of hurting me. Wage equals staff status I. Cool. This is only storing people who are rostered on. Okay, I need to reevaluate what I'm trying to do here, so let's delete this for a second. So after we've loaded all of this, we have everyone, so we can check if they're rostered from this. Brain's getting slower. This is only listing people that are hired. Okay, I think I know what we're gonna do here. So if they are in this list, it means they're hired, so they go, we've got access to them here, and then I had it for a second and I instantly lost it. This is what I get for trying to work in my head and not writing it down. So we've got everyone here. And this one we only care about if they've been hired. And by this way, I think I should have actually done save data first, rather than load data, because then I think I would have a better idea of what data I'm actually trying to save. Because if they are saved, so just think they are, so they exist, and you know that if they're rostered or not. So if they're rostered, I mean, at the bare minimum, we can do one of the initializations here, so we can do staff data source dot, we can do that recruitment data, and then so it's gonna be add which is actually already incorrect because now I'm only dude I am fried. Maybe I do leave this as is for now. We'll work on the save part, because then I'm going to have a lot better idea of what the hell I'm trying to do. We have, if they're rostered here. No, I think I've clocked it. Just keep that highlighted. This is important. I'm losing my mind. I think the problem that I'm, just so I can speak it out loud, the problem that I'm having at the moment is currently this is the payroll data. So it has all of this information per each one of these, which I'm not actually setting. Like, but if they exist in here, then we can just, maybe I'm just changing the data type, but it's if they're rostered on or not. But I feel like if they're rostered, it's already saved in here. So maybe we're just pulling the data from the big piece of data. This guy doesn't need it. Yeah, okay. I know what we're doing now. It's going to cause problems in a lot of different places, but let's just rip it and see what happens. So I think we're storing everything in the staff status now, so now we just need a normal payroll that's going to give us who the staff are. So if we come to all of these errors, get rid of you. It's a very big array. I'm working with that. Okay, so now we need to come into game save data. Okay, I think that's fixed it now. Yep. Cool. So I think what I'm doing now is in this guy, which actually means we can fix this because it's always going to be the length that we want. Whenever we save the data, it's going to create it the correct size. So if staff payroll I is the same as this, we're adding it. And we need to create all of this stuff. I think we can actually pull directly from there. So to do that, we're loading the data so that we're going to go staff data source dot payroll data dot add. Help if I actually do the thing. Add. And for this, we're going to go. Actually, we've already got the staff config, right? We can just do staff. And now we need to get the status. So to get the status, now that we've got the staff data, is we rip it straight from here. Yeah, almost second guessed myself again, but I am doing the correct thing. So I think we actually do want a data source set up in here. So I think we do set up the data source first, and then we load the data. And that's when we can come into here and go staff data source dot recruitment data staff equals true. So that means we've hired them because they exist in here. Okay, cool. I think we're really getting through it now. Alright. I think this guy does need to be public, but it's fine. So let's rip all of this. Equals a new int array staff status. So this needs, the first value is going to be m underscore staff list dot count, and the second one is going to be size 6. Make sure we did set that up correctly in here as well. We did. Write these comments in now because I'm about to be getting rid of what's actually making it easy to read. This is important. Is rostered. Actually, it turned out to not be important, by the way. Wage. Don't think we need you anymore. So for this, actually I think we still copy that back. Status, and it's going to equal staff data source dot staff data. M underscore staff list, not recipe list, staff list. I. What didn't it like? Oh, one more of these. Cool. So happiness equals status dot happiness. Didn't put an equal sign in there. That's really cool. Equals status dot fatigue. Status I is if they're sticks, it's status. It needs to compare a thing. Is sick. Just leave that as a squiggly line for now because I'm going to have to remember how to do something. What are we doing? Sick days. Wage. Okay, so I need to do that, it's like that operator thing that it's just like, isn't it something like is sick, and then you do like that? Oh, I'm gonna have to Google it. C#. This guy. So I think true. 0, 1. Oh, go to that. So I think this is what we want to use. 0, 1. I think. It's been a while since I've used one of those operators, so. What was that? Interesting. All right, so then after we go through all of these, we now want to go data.set. What are we doing here? This is status. Staff status, staff status. God, I don't know if it's going to work, but look, we'll roll with it. So then we go int staff payroll equals new int array size. This can only be 1 at the moment, so this is where I think we are going to need a to-do written here. I have written so many of these to-dos today, so love that for me. Cool, so I equals 0 while I is less than staff payroll length I plus plus. So incorrect. You don't do I here. We actually save. Payroll data dot keys dot count. Then I think we can actually do for each bar staff in keys and you have like a int count equals 0 count plus plus staff payroll count equals staff dot ID. Now if we've done all that, we can do data dot set staff payroll. Staff payroll. Okay. I think that's all of the stuff done now. So now I think it's fine to have that as all as false, but then on start we want to have load data. Now, last time we did this was in the recipe list. Did I have any fail safes in here? No, I didn't, so that's good. Oh, gosh. Cool, so we have load data, which is going to get done after the data source is set up. Cool, now we need the save data, and that's going to get done from the game data. On destroy, it's not the best place to really be calling this, but staff list.instance.save data. Ho ho ho! Time to see what breaks. Who's excited? I know I am. For me to do all of this properly, I should actually go from the main menu and set up a brand new save. Okay, nothing broke straight away, so we love that. Just so we can test everything's working, we're going to set up all of this stuff. So it's going to be 2, 2, 2, 2, 10 of them. 10 of them. Buy. Make the profit 2 as well. Okay, so that's just setting that data. In terms of staff, we're going to hire Georgia. And we're going to set her wage to be 50. And roster her on. So everything was 2s for the recipes. We've got Georgia rostered on with a wage of 50. Pray. Oh, look at that. No errors straight away. Man, if this works straight away, I don't have to revisit any of the data. This is going to be really good. There we go. Something broke. Alright. Recipes all loaded as intended. So did this. Oh, it's already been added. So we'll... Oh, this was getting a recipe error as well. Really cool though, this just worked. So let's figure out these just in case I lose it. So we got same key already exists. Recipe list 36 and staff list 100. Cool. I'll just shove it over on this screen. I mean, this is kind of easy, right? You can just go if recipe data source contains key. If it doesn't contain the key, do this. Whoa, 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 ease up, ease up, ease up. Oh, okay, I messed it up. There you go. Pretty sure that's technically not a to do anymore, but I'm just gonna leave it there because I don't want to break it. If oh, it's fine. Alright, we go run it back. We're starting from the main menu so we can see the save slot. Make a new one. Let's go to the shop first. Cool, and let's go hire Georgia again. Their wage this time can be some obscure number like 43. Alright, they're rostered on. Wages at 43. Let's see how we go. No errors. Still got this error. Fine, all of these are still correct. That's correct. Oh. I wonder if the issue is... Oh, but it's still working. Okay, now let's just... I'm expecting something to break here. Just make sure this is what it was failing at. Yeah. This line, so recipe dot contains key. But we want it if it doesn't contain the key. This is most likely going to rip another problem, but for now we'll leave it as is. Staff list 18. If payroll data dot contains key, staff, if it doesn't contain the key. We run it back. We'll see how many problems we still run into, but it actually seems like I might finish on time today. Rare. Alright. Do everything the same. Water mills. Let's underpay them this time. 27. Roster on. Close. No errors. Really good start. 2 to 2. Profit 2. Yep. And then we go 27. They're rostered on. They don't exist in this list. Cool. So let's edit this data now. I think technically speaking, let's just change this to be some astronomical number. Like 56. But let's fire them. Close it. Come back. If we were to hire Georgia again, I wonder if her wage is going to be saved at 56, or if it defaults now because we fired her, it's going to default her back to her expected wage. Back to the expected wage. And we can double check that by going to save again. Yeah, defaults back. Cool. Save system for the staff. Complete. Whew. I think think I actually did it with like fairly minimal amount of magic numbers. Obviously, like there was this guy, all this magic number stuff, but I think in terms of everything I did in the staff list, I don't think I left with any to-dos. No, I didn't. Cool. Holy. Man, love that for me. All right. Well, I'll probably be ending stream then, because I got 12 minutes left, so I'm not really going to be getting into anything else, but I guess I can probably determine what I want to work on tomorrow. Or we definitely should push all these changes as well. Hit a little reconcile. Nothing we need in there, cool. Implemented staff panel plus initializing it all from save data. Version control sorted. So tomorrow, is there any UI I still want to build? So recipe panel. I need to go 2D and need to hit this. Oh, there you go. Let's do that. So recipe panel is done. Staff panel is done. We don't have objective stuff set up yet. But I honestly think that's low priority. It's not imperative to get that working yet. Cafe management isn't done yet, which I don't think it's also imperative. This has to do with like decorations for the cafe and then also upgrading your cafe size. Not important at the moment if we're working on core gameplay stuff. Reviews. This is close to needing to be worked on. But is it worth doing now then, actually? It's a big task. Maybe we work on review stuff tomorrow. It's going to be a very involved thing. Shop panel's done, and well, technically half done. Settings panel's kind of done, but it's not really important for now. So if I weren't working on reviews, what would I work on tomorrow? I would probably want to set up maybe the spawners. Maybe tomorrow we actually do game flow stuff, because now that we've got staff kind of set up, we can start working on the logic that's going to spawn stuff into the cafe, and then work on the logic as well of NPCs spawning in. And then with that, we can probably start working on the day timer. So I think tomorrow we can do game flow. See if we can complete the whole game, the whole day's gameplay, which I think we probably could. I think that's going to be very reasonable. But I mean, once that all gets set up, then I'll probably start working on the reviews, because I think that is probably going to be the very next thing that needs to get done. Is how, like, because that's going to be a lot of logic involved with that. But yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. So I'll write it down on my whiteboard as well, so I don't forget tomorrow. Did this. So we'll go the day game flow. And then that's going to flow into review system. All right. I think that'll do it. Just trying to think if there's anything else. No, I think that's it. Cool. Well, yeah, thanks for tuning into the stream, Stubby. If anyone else is still in here, thanks as well. I'll be on same time tomorrow.